Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. And as always, thank you for all your support, including sharing, chatting, liking, and subscribing. Now roll that famous logo animation. Good evening and welcome back to Computerized Start Live. I am your host, Justin D. Morgan. And my webcam. Focus. There we go. See, sometimes you have to order the technology to behave. Yes. All right. Let's see here. Yes, I was just in time tonight. The computers did not kidnap me. They are not asking for a ransom. Or, you know, maybe I could say they are asking for a ransom, and the ransom link is in the video description below. Haha! See what I did there? All right, let's see who we have in the chat that was waiting for me to join. We have Francois. Hi, Francois. Francois was first. Thomas Armstrong. Howdy, everybody. Howdy, Thomas. We have Jack68K. Hi, Jack. Jack is third. And thank you, Jack, for upping your Patreon. I'm hoping I'm remembering the correct person, because there was a couple days between then and now. We have Callan. Callan says fourth. Finally can relax and watch some JDM now that VCF is over. Yay! We have Kibbs with Retro. Hi, Kibbs. Yes. Callan says par for the course. Yes. Kibbs says maybe the computers attacked Justin. We have GeoHam. Hi, GeoHam. Yes, I was late. Francois was asking, they demand a ransom. Yep. The link's in the video description below for that ransom. We have I8386SX just in time. Hi, Jesse. Francois says, just in time for bed. Well, if that bed calls, Francois, have a good night. We have Mike's Future Retro. Here I am. Happy Don't Bomb Me Monday. All right. We have Joe counting the intro musics. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. 3 little intro musics. Hi, Joe. Mike is still looking for someone to work on his Atari 130 XE. I have never worked on one of those, Mike. I mean, it's probably something I could work on, but I don't have an Atari 130 XE as like a working reference in case it came to that. And we have Dopaz. Hi, Dopaz. Welcome. All right, Jack says, yes, I hope I pick up a few more Patreon supporters, too. It'd be nice to kind of get my Patreon back up a little bit. Jack says, a light sound. Oh, Topaz ordered a light sound, and Joe shipped it out. Yeah, go check out jcm-1.com for your light sounds and all your other retro computing needs. He's got quite the selection. We have Gut Bomb. Hi, Jason. Yes. Joe is asking, why does my hat have an AVE logo on it? No, it's my little blue smoke monster pin. Any association with any other YouTube channel is completely coincidental. I put that smoke monster pin in my cap and don't even know who AVE is, so unless you're talking to someone else, Joe. I'm going to have to look it up later. Yes, go check out Gutbomb's latest video. He even has a really cool opening animation. Gutbomb Boston. So let's see here. All right. I think with that, now that I've introduced everyone in the chat, I think we will go ahead and get something out of the way, because yeah, we're going to get something out of the way, like right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our favorite segment, Wheel of Regrets. Here's your host, Dustin D. Morgan.
Hey, who comes up with these titles anyway?
All right. And yes, it is time for Wheel of Regrets. Now, I don't have many items tonight, but the first Wheel of Regrets entry, although it's not a regret, I got the replacement ZIF socket for my programmer, which, yes, I bought it on eBay from the XGECU official seller on eBay, and now I don't have a... and now it's becoming a potential regret because I just managed to push it out and bin some pins. All right, well, I have to say, the original socket was much more firmly planted than this one. I think their quality control might be slipping. All right. Either that or I just pushed it just wrong. Anyways, we have a new socket for my programmer. Yay. Too bad it won't read 8748 chips. All right. Yes, and it came from, as Callan says, hot glue it in. Well, considering I had to order it because I managed to somehow rip the thing out, and I don't know how I did it, I am not going to hot glue that in because I may have to replace it again and again and again and again. All right, so the next item on Wheel of Regrets did not come from Altera, before anyone asks why Altera's packaging is not up to their usual standards. Instead, it came from an eBay seller in Washington State. So, hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Washington State. And if you use Altera devices, well, I don't judge. Even if I did kind of get slightly annoyed during Dave's stream about the current prices of FPGA products and the result that that has on hobby upgrade options. But this is Wheel of Regrets. So, yeah, don't worry. This is not from Altera. There are no FPGAs in my Mauser cart. And, I'm really not sure if this was suitable packaging for what should be in here, but we have, along with my, oh, okay. Oh, wow. Bonus. Jack's asking, is this an exercise in how many times you can fold an envelope? Yes, it was. All right. There is a note on the... Oh, cool. This is the first time I've gotten a EET 170 final exam page with my eBay order. Don't forget to complete the analysis portion of the exam. All right, let's see here if anyone can answer these questions, because I'm not sure I can. I'm sure Joe will probably nail all these. The L in 74L71 stands for A, low frequency, B, the type of package, C, lockout flip-flop, D, low power. I think it's going to be D, low power, yes. Joe says I don't know. Yeah, I believe it is D, low power, but I have no way of knowing. Which of the following statements apply to CMOS devices? A, the devices should be stored and shipped in anti-static tubes or conductive foam. B, the devices should not be inserted into circuits with the power on. C, all tools, test equipment, and metal workbenches should be tied to earth ground. D, all of the above are correct. I mean, D is kind of sounding like that might be the answer there. Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling targeted there. I feel like they're talking to me because my workbench is not tied to earth ground, but maybe it should be. All right, what is the primary motivation for using Boolean algebra to simplify logic expressions? A, it may reduce the number of inputs required. B, it may make it easier to understand the circuit. C, it may reduce the number of gates. D, all of the above are correct. I have no idea. 4, PLC scan time. Ooh. Let's see here. A, determines how fast an output actuator will respond after a change in an input-filled device. B, starts with the last rung and works up to rung 0. C, is constant for all programs regardless of length. D, is usually never over 1 millisecond. Well, that has to be A. I was about to say, are all the answers D on this thing? No, that has to be A. Because rungs execute first to last, not last to first. It is definitely not constant, regardless of the program length. And I can more than certainly tell you that I have seen PLC sweep times well over 1 millisecond. So yeah, it has to be A. Jack says usually never. Yeah, usually never. No. Actually, I found it's usually never under 1 millisecond, but I digress. Unless you have, like, zero logic. But anyways. Once you add some logic, yeah. Anyways, let's see here. And then we have that. All right. Okay, let's get back to Wheel of Regrets. That was the distraction from the note that was on here that says, I think, thank you, signature that I can't read, extras included. And you can see that I paid $15.99 for whatever's here. And you probably can tell that those are 40-pin dip chips. And let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There are 7 of them. Callan says, my shoes are tied to earth ground. Jesse says, my tools are only good for Mars grounds. Oh, Jack says, no ground, no problem. This is probably one of my crazier purchases, but you remember that XT motherboard I bought, and it didn't have an 8088 processor on it? Well, I looked all through my spare chips, and I had no spare 8088s. So therefore, I bought 5 8088 processors, and it looks like the seller included 2 extras. So there we go. Now I've got some spare 8088 processors. Francois says, try to say dip chips 3 times in a row without saying something else. I'll do that later. And finally, in Wheel of Regrets, from an eBay seller in Florida. So, hi to all my eBay sellers and viewers in Florida. It is a big, long, rectangular package. So, give you an idea of how long it is. If I zoom all the way out, there you go. You can just see all the corners of the box. Jack says, so not a DVD. No, it's not a DVD. Sadly. Now, I think some of the things I picked up this weekend might be able to play a DVD. Or at least one of the things. Alright, so let's see here. Jack's asking, is it a tube with chips in it? Can't get anything past Jack. Yes, it is. Alan says that's my VOTR. Well, it's got packing peanuts in it. At least it's got bubble wrap. Hey, Alan says that's my vote. Oh, that's your vote. The tube with chips in it. Jack says anti-static packing peanuts. Yes. So this tube was $16.99 plus shipping. I think those processors were $19.99. It might have been free shipping. Let me look. No, it was like $5 shipping. If you're wondering why I bought 5 8088s instead of the one I needed, well, it was almost just as cheap to order 5 than it was to order 1. There's the eBay economics for you. Gutbomb says, if that's a VIC-20, Gutbomb, it's been ground up into many tiny pieces and we're all going to cry. Jack says, more 8088s? No, 8086s. Jack says, why buy 1 when you could buy 5 for 5 times the price? Well, actually, it wasn't 5 times the price. It was like 1.2 times the price. No! These are one-time programmable 27C256s. How nice. And I'm hoping they're blank. Otherwise, I will be very disappointed. In fact, let's do a blank check on one of them with my newly restored chip programmer. All right, so let's see here. These are NM 27C256s. In DIP 28. We'll put one in. We will do a blank check. And it is blank. They are going to be... they are 32K. These are 32K. 6 of these will let me program the 192K worth of ROMs for an Atari ST. So now you know why I bought one-time programmable ROMs. It's so I can program a set of Rainbow Toss for my 520 ST. And there's 13 in here. So this would let me program 2 sets. All right, good night, Francois. And have a few spares. So there we go. That's all for Wheel of Regrets today. We had a part to fix my programmer, a part to fix a motherboard I bought so that I can give it a test at some point, and parts to make a permanent set of ROMs for my Atari ST. So now, I think let's go to what did Justin find while thrifting this past weekend? Hi, Frogman, welcome! So these are going to be in no particular order, but Friday morning, I looked at the weather and realized they weren't calling for storms and sent a message to Chris saying that I was thinking of coming up and picking up a case that he had picked up for me that was on Marketplace. And, well, that seemingly innocent little message turned into the, hey, let's go thrift. Well, it eventually turned into let's go thrifting and work on projects. So, yeah, Jack says, wow, you picked up a lot of stuff this weekend. Yes. It's a reasonable amount. So, in no particular order, I'm going to start with the paper items. So, at one of the thrift shops, they had books, and it was not a thrift shop that I normally expect to have books. But they had a nice books section, and I found 2 books that were sitting on the top shelf right near the front. And at the absolutely ridiculous price of 50 cents each, because these are paperback books, I picked up both of these books. So we have the basically the book on the math coprocessors for IBM PCs and compatibles. So, basically a book on, I think, how to program them. So, it's actually in good shape. I don't think there's any writing in it. Yeah, Jack says law, application programming with math coprocessors. Yeah. It has both assembly language and, I think, quick basic examples. So that's actually nice that it's not just assembly language. And then the EGA VGA Programmer's Reference Guide 2nd edition includes the VISA Super VGA Standard version 1.1. And again, this book is in decent shape. All the programming examples in this book are in assembly. But there actually is a small chapter on the VISA BIOS extensions, which is kind of neat. I think it's quick basic, Jack. I'm not... Oh, yeah, I think it is. Lessons in subroutine creation teach you how to harness the power of the 8087 chip to your quick basic, Turbo Pascal, Fortran, and C code. So yeah, I'm pretty sure it's quick basic. Like versions 4 and 5, I think, or something like that. Anyway, I was glad to see that they got a quote from Peter Norton, because if it had been a quote from McAfee, it wouldn't have aged well. Unfortunately, neither of these books came with discs. I kind of found this funny, that this book, the disc cost $21 plus $4 shipping. And this would have been back in 1990. I don't know how much this book cost, because unfortunately it doesn't have a price on it. This book also has an offer for the disc. And it's the low price of $30 for the disc. And this book would have been 1998. So I guess disc prices were deflating. No, actually, I think Jack was asking maybe you just poke the opcodes into RAM and run it. No, actually, I think that version of Quick Basic, you might start it with a parameter or something, but actually no, you just run basic commands, and I think it uses the math library. You don't have to like poke opcodes in. Anyways, yeah, I thought they were neat. 50 cents each. And to show you all that sometimes I do pick up like geek adjacent items while I'm thrifting. Joe says Quick Basic was kind of awesome. I found this item. Now, normally I don't pick up games at thrift stores because it's so many times there's missing pieces. But I took a quick look in this and I thought it was complete. And it was only $3.49. So I decided to gamble it because, well, I'm a nerd, and this is Castle Games Fleet Admiral. Yeah, the artwork sold me. Try to convince me this isn't Spock. Obviously, they couldn't put the ears on it, because then Paramount would have sued them, but yeah, Jack says this is housewares. Yeah. All right. We'll give him some leeway. It does say toys, so it was in the toys section. But yeah, apparently there's a one-player version of the game. But anyways, I do sometimes pick up geek-adjacent items, and this was one of them. So yeah, it was $3.49. I'm probably going to struggle to find some people that will want to play this, but who knows? I have enough nerdy coworkers that maybe I can get a couple of them to humor me. The rules are slightly involved, but at least it did come with the rules, so I can't be accused of making them up. But yeah, apparently the plot of the game is that you pick one of the ships, and so that's your race. There's the races in the game. Something tells me if I really think about this, I'm going to realize that those are mimicking races in Star Trek or possibly Star Wars. But the point of the game is to become Fleet Admiral. There's the crisis chips for it, and then the cards are down in here. So you have ship upgrade cards and crew cards, and then your ship as you upgrade your ship, you got the marker cards for the upgrades, and of course there's this cute little die that comes in the game. So you roll it, and I think depending on what you roll, you get a ship card or a crew card, or you get a success, and that you can't be, if you get the success card, then I think basically you get to play your turn unobstructed. And then of course, if you're wondering, yes, there also is a failure. So if you get the failure during your turn's over. I'm sure I'll get to figure this out. But anyways, Fleet Admiral. We'll figure out. Have to figure out if it's any good or not. But anyways, yes. All right. So let me go grab the rest of the items. There will be a few Micro Center items mixed in because Chris and I did run by Micro Center. I don't consider that thrifting. I consider that I needed some things from Micro Center. Jesse says, I want a Micro Center. Well, I don't know if they franchise or not, but I think Micro Center is very selective as to where they put locations. Because despite the fact that Richmond is a fairly large city in Virginia, Richmond does not have a Micro Center. All right. Also, I think to keep from having to charge for plastic bags, Micro Center was giving out paper bags. Because the Micro Center is in a part of the state that has implemented the grocery bag tax. Frogman says, got one here in Seattle, or in St. Louis, Missouri, about 15 minutes away. Nice. Mike says, I have 3 in a 50-mile radius in my metro area. Nice. All right, so what did I get at Micro Center? If anyone's curious. And I'm only bringing it out because one of the items is probably something I'll use tonight. What I needed were some Raspberry Pi related items and deoxit gold. And what I ended up getting was some deoxit precision lithium grease because I wanted to give it a try. So it was $11 for the tube. Okay. I thought it'd be worth giving it a try. It supposedly has some deoxidizers in it, which, yeah, what do you know? Thomas Armstrong asking, is the wheel spinning? Oh, no, we're on Thrift finds, but I'm taking a side note for my Micro Center, what I got at Micro Center, because it may be a clue as to projects I'll have in the future. And I picked up 2 Raspberry Pi 0Ws. it was sure nice to be able to go to Micro Center and not be limited to one per customer if they even had them. Although if I'd remembered that the Raspberry Pi Zero Ws were like $15 a piece, I'd probably only picked up one, but I got two. And I picked up two Raspberry Pi Pico 2Ws. I think they were $6. I got the ones without headers. So that's what I got at Micro Center. Could be some clues for things I have in the pipeline. And also because I'll probably use this tonight. Oh, Mike says, I hate paper bags. Oh. Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why the bag laws in this area are written the way they are is because theoretically paper is more recyclable than plastic, but does that really mean people are recycling paper bags more than the plastic ones? I don't know. That's for you to decide. I'm not a state legislator that decided to only write the bag for plastic bags. Frogman says, yeah, most likely no. Yeah. Jack says, I have to go to Micro Center when I visit Chicago or Minneapolis. Yeah. Mike says they hate plastic. Yeah. All right, so let's go through thrift finds. All right. We have, I'm not going to open this. This was not sealed, so I have checked it, and everything appears to be inside the box. But I'm going to do an unbox and test video on this. But we have an Adaptec SCSI card, the 2906, for desktop PCs and Macs. So, may just have to put that to the test on both. There we go. Look at that performance boost. Wow. Not quite sure that's as accurate as they might want you to believe, but maybe it is. I don't know. Anyways. Oh, Mike says, Mike says paper bags don't make it from the store to my kitchen. Yeah. I would have given you a /930 SCSI card. Oh, I paid, okay, I probably paid too much for this. Because the guy at the thrift, it didn't have a price on it, and the guy at the thrift store put $10 on it. But everything else I got at the same thrift store kind of balanced it out. I was kind of hoping to get this for $5, but I think the guy saw the good condition box and thought it was worth 10. At that same thrift store, I got these other items here. And the guy at the register charged me $5 a piece for them. Oh, and this was after RetroTech Chris found a few items, and they charged him $5 a piece for those items. So unfortunately, I was kind of hoping I'd get the SCSI card for $5 a piece, but, well, it balanced out at the end. Thomas says they're good cards, 10's a good price. Oh, Mike says 10's not bad. So, I picked up an A-Open power supply, and it's an AT power supply. $5. Don't know if it works, but yeah, I mean, it's only a 200-watt power supply, but, well, there's a lot of retro computers that'll work with. Gutbum says those Pico 2Ws will come in really handy with blue SCSI. Oh, really, you say? Oh, we have a Mac Effects super chat. Hola, Mac Effects. Yeep. Thomas Armstrong says A-Open are okay. It's an okay power supply. All right. We have a big bag of cables. It had a price tag on it from some computer store. It said $6.99, and I was almost expecting that's what they were going to charge me, but nope. $5. So let's see what was in it. Thank you, Mac Effects. All right, we've got a floppy cable. Very nice. Looks like the ones I bought on eBay the other day. So just for the pin style headers. We've got a parallel or two serial ports. Not sure if those are DTK or Everx pinout. May have to test that. All right, we got a parallel and a serial port header. We've got ooh, nice. It's a long IDE cable. Ooh, very nice. And it does not have any key pins. Actually, I think I know which computer I need. I think I've got a computer that needed this cable. This might be worth the $5 on its own. Because I needed a long IDE cable. Thomas Armstrong says $5 like Pizza Hut. Yeah. Here we go. A serial and PS2 mouse header. And another floppy drive cable. This one's got a... Oh, good. This one's got card edge and pins. So there we go. That was $5 for all those cables. I think that, considering there's a long IDE cable, I mean, oh, that's probably like a meter long. Yeah, that was worth the $5 there. I didn't even take the cables out to see that was a long cable. I just saw the mouse header and that there were some floppy cables and serial and parallel headers, and figured I would go for it. Oh wait, that doesn't go here. All right. So $5. Joe says I got a box for Mac Effects today. All right, we'll set this aside. All right, another $5. I'm going to skip these items. A box of adapters, or as Joe would put them, adapter doodles. So we have a 25-pin to 9-pin serial adapter. We have a Tandy branded, I believe that is a gender changer. We have a Tandy branded null modem. We have a Tandy branded gender changer. So this is the third $5 that we're in. Power supply, ribbon cables, so adapter doodles. So that's the third $5. We have a Microsoft serial to PS2 adapter. So this is for a Microsoft mouse that supports PS2 and serial. Actually, the Tandy branded adapters probably worth $5 a piece. Someone that wants a Tandy branded one. All right, we have a generic gender changer. Oh, we've got another Tandy branded gender changer. Oh, very nice. So that's like the full, I think the full set of Tandy branded adapters. Pretty much. Oh, another Tandy branded gender changer. Hi, Retro Tech Chris. Welcome. Yeah, we're going through the $5 deals. All right. We have one of those PS2 mouse and keyboard breakouts for like boards and laptops that have only one port. Did I tell them about the story on that bag of parts? Yeah, Chris found it and handed it to me. Maybe there's a bigger story than that. I had so much fun this weekend, I might be forgetting part of the story. Oh, yeah, we're not done yet. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't want to lose the parts from something in here. Oh, wait. Oh, these are the price tags from the computer store that would have originally sold these. That was $5 back in the day. Oh, Retro Tech Chris says, yeah, that's it. The random guy who saw us buying PC parts and found it elsewhere in the store and brought it to us. So yeah, we got another adapter. Unfortunately, the price tag's over the description, so I'm not sure what that is. And it's a gender changer. One of the low-profile ones. Mystery adapter, because it looks like the label's fallen off. A PS2 to serial adapter for a mouse. I guess this lets you plug a serial mouse that's PS2 capable in. I think it's the reverse of this adapter that lets you plug the serial mouse that's PS2 capable in. Another adapter. I think this is, yeah. More adapters. I mean, this was all, the bag was $5. Oh, wait. Okay, those are serial. Okay, these are some really weird adapters. So that's for VGA. It's a gender changer for VGA, probably so you can connect two cables together to extend it. So is that one. And that one. And that one. Oh, yeah, no doubt for connecting two cables together so you can extend it. Or, actually, you know, these would be handy if you have one of those computers that's, what is it? You got a computer that is missing the pin. Wait, could you do that? But your cable doesn't? Oh, yeah, there you go. You could do that. So you could plug that into your computer and there plug your VGA cable in that's missing the... that's not missing the pins. And there you go. Wow. All of that whole bag for $5. Yeah, all these $5 items and the $10 PCI SCSI card and the 2 50-cent books was all from the Habitat for Humanity Restore in Chantilly, Virginia. So, yes, a Habitat Restore that had a fairly nice book section. They had a movie section. They had an electronics section. And obviously, now the power supply was in the back. So no telling how long they'd been there. Now, these items were also in the front in the electronics section, except for one. Okay, this one was in the back. I found it in a box in the back. It's a Mitsumi floppy drive. We'll have to test it at some point. No telling if it works or not, but $5. A TIAC floppy drive. $5. And maybe the best of the bunch, a TIAC 5 1/4-inch floppy drive. 55 GFR. I'd recently watched Adrian Black's video, so I knew this was high density. And this is one of the ones that has the dual speed jumper on it. $5. Mac Effect says, point being, $5 doesn't get you much, but you sure scored a ton for $5. Well, they were $5 each. So that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 40. So it was $40. Do I have another bag from them somewhere? I think I just realized. I think they, oops. I think somewhere along the line we, either I have other items that I forgot about, or They charged me for 2 extra items at $5 a piece. Because I'm just looking at the receipt. Oh well. At least it's Habitat for Humanity. I'll forgive them. I don't know. I have a feeling. Oh, I have a feeling I know what he did. Oh well. I wish I'd realized that at the store. Either that or I. Yeah. So it was a bag of cables for $5, a bag of adapters for $5, a power supply for $5, 3 floppy drives at $5 each, and a SCSI card at $10. So that comes up to $40, plus the 2 books for 50 cents each. And I got charged a total of $54.06. Now, granted, $3.06 of that's tax, but it looks like I got charged $10 extra. Yeah, he put that's the way it got rung up. So yeah, he put the SCSI card in as two $5 items. But yeah, we're fine. Extra $5 goes to Habitat for Humanity. All right, it's good. Habitat does good. They build houses and give people a hand up for housing. So I like their mission. So their thrift store charged me $10 extra by accident. I didn't catch it. Well, that's $10 more that goes to Habitat for building houses. So we're good. I'm not gonna quabble over it. Oh, Chris says he did say that power supply was more. Oh, Chris says maybe he charged $10 for the power supply. Okay. You are right. That's right. He did say that, yeah, he said something really weird, like, more $5. I think he meant to say maybe more than $5. I bet that was, I bet it was $10 for the power supply. And then maybe there was a probably miscounted at that point. So maybe I only paid an extra $5. Anyways, I mean, we're good. I'm not gonna quabble. Anyway, yeah, as Chris put it, you can't get one of these for $50. Yeah, as Chris says, all that wouldn't buy one 5 1/4 inch floppy drive. Yeah. Chris says that then again, if he charged a bunch of $5 item, then more $5 kind of makes sense. Yeah, I know. All right. So anyways, we're good. I got a bargain. If one of these floppy drives works, I made up for it. Thomas Armstrong says safer than eBay. Yeah, at least with Habitat for restore purchases, the money goes to building houses. And given what houses cost in that area, yeah. I'm glad there's organizations like Habitat are up there too. So Chris was like, yeah, I was like, let's get out of here before they change their mind. Yeah, I know. So yeah, we were kind of afraid they would catch on to how much they really could have charged for it. All right, and then last but not least, before we get on to actually repairing things, yes, we stopped in Be Thrifty up in Woodbridge. Didn't find anything there. They had a whole bunch of printers and a whole bunch of DVD players, but none of them were worth what they were charging. We did find a power supply at Be Thrifty that they wanted $90 for, so that was a hard no, because it wasn't even a like high end name brand, or like it wasn't like it was a 1,000 watt Seasonic that's a current model that was like a screaming deal. It was like, um, oh, thank you, Adam McGee. Ah, hi, Adam. Jack says this guy must really want this stuff. He won't notice an extra $5. Thomas Armstrong says VHS tapes. Actually, Be Thrifty didn't have VHS tapes. Huh. All right, let me. Yeah. Thomas says our thrift store has more VHS and 8 tracks than I can count. Yeah. Um. Yeah. There were some of the thrift stores that had quite a number of DVDs and VHS tapes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There was a Actually, the Savers had some 8 tracks. Um. Yeah. Hold on. I gotta send a message to someone. All right. Jack says items that didn't sell at the estate sale. Yeah, no doubt. So, didn't get anything at Be Thrifty. We stopped at a couple Goodwills, and Chris and I decided no more Goodwills. They're a bust. Although I did go back to one of the Goodwills to pick something up for someone, only to get there right as a lady had it in her hand walking it to her cart. Only I had realized that there was a second entrance to the shopping center that I drove right by, in Siri guiding me around the block to the main entrance. I probably would have gotten there in time, but oh well. I didn't know the area. Um, but I found a poster there that I didn't see earlier that day, and that's going in my retro bedroom I'm trying to set up. So I don't have that down here in the basement, but I'll probably post a picture of that to social media somehow, carefully. Don't want to get someone saying, "Hey, that's my copyright," because that's my poster. But anyways, yeah, didn't find anything at Goodwill's. Habitat Restores did decent. Oh yeah, I'm leading up to the items that one of which you see right there. And actually, while we were at one of the Habitat Restores, we ran into Matt D'Amico, which you all might know as Retro Bits. We were walking out, he was walking in, so that was cool. So shout out to Matt. Glad we ran into you. That was a good sign that we were supposed to be at that thrift store first, because otherwise we wouldn't have run into Matt. Anyways, y'all are probably wondering, wait, we know you like to visit L&Y Electronics when you're in Woodbridge. So yes, I did pick up a few select items at L&Y. Oh, all right, we'll see you after 10:30, Mike. So I picked up what appears to be a new in-package heatsink. It was marked $10. I am fairly sure, other than the fact that it looks like there's a little mark there on the fin, this does not look like it's been used at all. So I'm kind of wondering if I do actually open this. Yeah, I mean, there's a scuff there, and there's a mark on the top fin. I'm wondering if someone took this out of the package, tried to fit it, it didn't fit, and they put it back in the package. This thermal compound's probably no good. Yeah, yeah. Retrotech Chris says, yeah, the funny thing is we ran into Matt outside of the store. Yeah. So anyways, that was cool. And then Chris had picked this up and showed it to me and set it down, which I then picked it up and saw the price tag that was on the side, thinking that was the L&Y price, even though they normally price stuff in permanent marker. But it's a 3.5-inch drive mounting kit that I think the box has been closed, so this never had a chance to yellow. As is only $3.95. Oh, she actually, because I think they have a little price chart behind the register that they add up how much stuff is in whole dollars, and then I think that chart tells them how much to charge in total with tax. She only charged me $3 for this. So I got both these items for $13, actually. Anyways, for a new heatsink, I wasn't going to tempt fate on trying to haggle. But overall, I got these for $13 because she honored the price that was on the side. Now, I do have a funny story about something Chris was wanting to buy. So Chris saw this tape drive up on the top shelf that was very dusty. I mean, you could tell it had been there forever, because it probably had been there forever, or at least probably for 20 to 25 years forever. So, in fact, she had to wipe the box off to read the price tag that was on it. That's how dusty it was. And the price tag was $100. And granted, this is probably a 20-year-old price. So she tells Chris, because he was thinking of buying it, like, it's $100. And Chris is like, I was thinking more like 20. And she countered with, I think we could do 50. And Chris tried to counter with, most I can pay is 30. And I was thinking that surely they are going to bite, considering how dusty this box was. And they wouldn't budge anymore. And Chris said, nope, don't want it. And I can't blame you, because, whew, I was for sure, as dusty as that was, that someone would have like taken the $20 and run. But nope. So for the next, I expect that's probably going to be there for 20 more years. And then maybe once they realize that none of the rubber belts in it could possibly be good anymore, maybe they might let it go for $20. Jack says it wasn't vintage when it went on the shelf. Jack says it would be a shame if the price sticker fell off and they had to come up with a price. Oh, Jack, there is one thing you don't realize about their price tags. So L&Y prices it one of two ways. Permanent marker, although normally they write as is on it, so I feel cheated because it doesn't say as is. Or one of those price tag guns, and then they put packing tape over top of it. Yeah, Chris says, I found that they tend to re-shrink wrap things as well. Yes. Yes, that's another thing they do. There'll be a price gun sticker on it, and then it's re-shrink wrapped. So the price sticker is behind the re-shrink wrap. Chris says my Logitech Trackman mouse was that way. Yes. So Chris did not come empty-handed from LNY. Yeah, Jack says permanent marker comes off with isopropyl alcohol. Well, yeah. Jack says, what's that smell in aisle 7? Oh, yeah. So Chris says, yeah, I bought a Logitech Trackman mouse and a PCM CIA modem with a broken dongle. Oh man. Yeah. Oh man. Apparently yeah. Chris finds it on the shelf, shows me, and I'm like, wow. The dongle was broken. Yeah, that figures. But yeah, that was the thrift finds. So a bunch of stuff for like $5 a piece at one of the Habitat restores. And that was also the same restore that I found the 250-cent books at. Got the Fleet Admiral at oh, wait a minute. There's like one other item I realized. There's one other item I realized I bought at Savers. So let me set these to the side. Because you all are probably like, wait a minute. Something seems to be missing. Yeah, I did buy one other thing at Savers. There it is. I found it. Thomas Armstrong says, don't open freezers at thrift stores. Yeah. So I picked up a VH. Yeah, I know how uncharacteristic. I picked up a VHS player because this JVC player was priced at $5, and this thing actually has some heft to it. So I think, despite the fact it doesn't have inputs, I didn't find one that had inputs. I'm getting that in a moment, Chris. It doesn't have RCA inputs, so yeah, I can't hook retro devices up to this for time-based correction. But this thing has some weight to it. Jesse says that's not an interesting VCR. Lol, I know. It was made in Japan. Oh, no. It was made in Malaysia. All right, never mind. JVC of Japan made in Malaysia. Oh, actually, I did look in. There's no cheese sandwich or PB&J in the tape mechanism. I know, it's not that exciting. It also was only $5. I did look at DVD players and VHS players, other VHS players, and I didn't see any others that looked to be of a quality to take home. Oh, that is my Emerson manual. Anyways, I did pick up a few things from Retro Tech Chris headquarters. Oh, Adam McGee says it's not a VCR if it can't record. It's a VCP. Yeah, video cassette player. Yeah, Oh, that's weird. Oh, it does have record. Okay, I think this one can record. Ew. Jack's asking, who was it that had the story about the roaches in the VCR? Was that Gut Bomb? Okay, new fear unlocked. Thomas Armstrong says, I should not have the food channel on in the background. Anyways, we'll get to the Emerson because I'm gonna pull the Emerson computer on the bench. Anyways, I got a few things from Retrotech Chris headquarters. So, because Retrotech Chris was kind of trying to pare down some of his collection. So the first thing, although these are not necessarily in the order that I grabbed them in, but the first items were some Apple CD-ROM drives. Oh, Thomas Armstrong. Oh, hi, David. David Starbucks here. That would have been great for recording soap operas back in the day. Yeah, David. Good one. Thomas Armstrong says, the cheeseburger on Food Channel did that to me. Yes. So, I think this one Chris tried to retrobrite, and it didn't turn out the greatest. But the drive works, and then we got this one here. So, 2 Apple CD-ROM drives. I can put those to good use when I have some bad parts. Oh, wait. Those are my compact flash cards. So hopefully I won't misplace them. Yes. I have the Retrotech Chris LTE core load on this compact flash card. So I need to probably mark this somehow so that I don't forget that it's the LTE load. All right. There we go. Now I will remember what's on this. Yes, Chris. And Chris sent me the link. I did download those, Chris. They are on my NAS for future reference. Also, Chris had a few expansion cards for the taking. So I grabbed this nice little 8-bit expansion card. It has 2 serials, a game port, and a parallel. Chris says, great, gonna purge it low on Google Drive space. Yes, I downloaded that image, and I also downloaded the video. So, yep, you may purge those to reclaim space. Chris had a FireWire card. So, naturally, in memory of FireWire that has been in macOS versions up until Tahoe, I had to grab the FireWire card, but there was not one, but apparently 2 FireWire cards, so I grabbed both. We think this is a FireWire card. I might find otherwise, because I don't know what that 15-pin connector's for. Probably some breakout. Chris says the EMU ZED card. Yeah. Oh, Chris says it's a video decoder card. Oh, nice. We'll have to try to get that working. Jack was pointing out that the CD300i says, quote, manufactured to Apple specifications, end quote. Specifications that were selected from the Mitsumi catalog. Actually, it had been the Panasonic catalog, because that's a Matsushita Electronics Industries drive. But yeah, David Starbucks says, no, that means they cost 200% more to the consumer. Yeah. Ahoy, Mega. Welcome. Also, I grabbed a USB card. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't think Apple was using Mitsumi. Because, yeah, they're both Sony and Panasonic, I think, were who they were buying drives from. No, the USB is an Agir, not NEC. Unless that's NEC and I didn't realize it. It's just an ADS Technologies PCI USB host card. It may very well only work in a PC, but might have to try that someday. The FireWire card looks like it's a Texas Instruments chipset, so it may actually work in a Mac. Especially if that's the same chipset that Apple used on some of their products, or I think Apple supported some of the FireWire chipsets in the box. Kind of helps with FireWire adoption. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I knew I had 2 FireWire cards. There's the second one. It's a Belkin, also a Texas Instruments chipset. So there we go. 2 FireWire cards, a USB card, I/O card, and a video decoder card. Oh, and that's my anti-static bag. 2 CD-ROM drives, and last but not least, Jack says, I have a FireWire expansion card that's in a beige G3 tower. Nice. All right. And last but not least, I am going to have to move these items. Sorry, VCR from Savers. You got to go off the bench, because this last item from Chris is going to take the whole bench. Now, there is one item I am not revealing on tonight's live stream, because I do not feel like sidelining the live stream. It's a very polarizing item, apparently. It will be on its own video. Well, actually, it's a pair of items. One of which is the whole reason I went up to Northern Virginia anyways. And the other of which we happened to find at the yard sale we stopped at. But we have a Comtrade computer. David Starbucks asks, what does one do with a FireWire card these days? That's a good question, David. I think a FireWire card lets you say that I have a FireWire card. I think I have a hard drive somewhere around here that can plug into FireWire. Adam says connect your iPod. Yes, you can connect your iPod if you have one of the original iPods. Yes. So we, yeah. I guess now I'm going to have to find an iPod. All right, so this Comtrade PC, Chris picked up at the System Source swap meet. And when we got it to his house, this is one of the computers we looked at when we got back from the swap meet. And there was a ton of glass inside of it. In fact, it looked like the computer had been near a CRT that had broken, because the glass kind of looked like it might have been from a CRT. So wherever this got e-wasted, we think a monitor broke near it and fell in. And there was it was rattling on the way home, and we opened it up and little bits of glass fell out. And we tried to sweep out all the glass. And then, maybe about a week later, Chris goes to pull the motherboard out for some reason. And he sends me a picture. And I wasn't quite sure what it was a picture of. I initially looked at it so quick, I thought it was... I'm just going to simply put it as a little ball of aluminum foil. you would have to know what area System Source is located in to kind of realize what that little ball of foil might be that I thought it was. But Chris at least quickly pointed out, no, it's a piece of glass. I was like, okay. And then I later explained to Chris why I thought that, and he was like, well, yeah, you're not wrong. We'll just say that I don't, going to System Source during the day when people are there is probably a good time to go. I would not want to be in that area at night. We'll put it that way. Yeah, Apple is dropping all FireWire support in OS 26. So, RIP FireWire. This FireWire was Apple's. That was like their technology. Anyways, now I don't know what the original configuration of this Comtrade PC was. It kind of looks like someone may have upgraded it at some point. And I find it funny. And it's probably glass free if anyone's wondering. David Starbucks says FireWire and eSATA RIP. Mega says, wish $1 trillion company could hire a guy to maintain support for legacy stuff. Yeah, Chris says, I want to say the display said 33 on it originally. So 33 megahertz, 386 or 486. I'm kind of thinking, it's a rather tall tower. The Intel Inside logo is red. I kind of want to say that given the fact it's got an Intel Inside sticker on it, that might point to 486. But I could be wrong. Well, there we go. That's exactly why I need a FireWire card. Jack says, but I'm pretty happy with my purchase of the MOTU 828 Mark II that has worked on current hardware for 20 years. Chris says, I'll have to look at my X feed. There might have been a sticker on the back that fell off. Yeah, Jack, what you don't realize is I have an MOTU 828 Mark II that I picked up at the swap meet last year that needs repaired. So there we go. That's one reason to have a FireWire card. Anyways, so this is the current state of the computer. We'll look to see what Chris finds. But someone upgraded this with a Super Socket 7 motherboard. So there's the AGP slot hiding out amongst the cable management here. Also, you probably noticed there's a creative CD-ROM drive in it. Well, this is a creative branded Riva TNT2 or Riva card. We'll power it up in a moment. I think it only has a Pentium 233 in it. It's a CT6700. Someone wants to look it up. I want to say that's like the Riva TNT. Yeah, Chris says, whoever upgraded this really bought into the creative ecosystem. And it's got a creative sound card. I think it's one of the Sound Blaster 128s, I want to say. Because I think it's the CT 4740. David says, nope, not 386 or 486. SS7 would be some flavor of Pentium or AMD K6. Oh, David, what we're saying is the original configuration of this computer. We think someone upgraded it with a Super Socket 7 board at some point because the megahertz display on the front said 33 when we got it. And the case looks like it's older than Socket 7. So we think it used to be a 386 or a 486 and was later upgraded. Yes. So now it has an Intel 233 MMX in it. I think that's what it is, and it's got some RAM and creative sound card, creative video card. It does have a network card in it. It's like an Intel ISA network card. And Chris says it's the Sound Blaster 16 PCI. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking Sound Blaster 128. Anyways, yeah, we think someone may have bought I think Creative sold like bundle boxes back in the day. But not Firewire though. Yep, no Firewire in this case. Anyways, let's I guess since this is a PC repair stream, and I guess there always is the chance that this computer might have stopped working between Friday and today. Let's go ahead and power it up and we'll see what it actually is. All right, so we go video. Let me see if I can find the power cable. Power cables. There's the power cable. All right. And I need a keyboard. Oh, there's my PS2 keyboard. I don't know. Where's my... Oh, there's my adapter. It's wedged in another computer. Let me find my AT keyboard. Yep. And let me see. I think I've got a PS2 mouse around here somewhere. Although, I can control Windows without. We'll go mouseless for Windows. All right. All right. Adam says, good to see you still having fun. All right. We'll see you later, Adam. Thanks for stopping by. All right. So we got 3, 2, 1. Power. Riva TNT. There we go. Obviously, it's slightly off the screen, but it's a TN Trinity 100AT motherboard. Pentium 233. David says, I lusted after a 486 DX266 when I was stuck with a 386 SX25 AMD. There was Doom to be played. Yeah. Mega says 128 megabytes with MMX 233 is a nice setup. Yes. And it just boots. Yes. David says, now I own a DX266 and I want my old 386. Lol. Mega says, especially if you got something after 430 chipset. Yeah, this one's the VIA up. Yeah, I know I don't have a mouse plugged in Windows 98. Thank you for warning me. Oh, I should plug speakers in because... After all, Chris installed the drivers. David says BSOD incoming. Yeah, because I plugged the speakers in afterwards. Yeah, that would be funny. Sorry, I'm having trouble seeing the chat because the tower's in the way. Mega says cacheable area greater than 64 megabytes, probably. Yeah, I suspect all of RAM's cached. Jack's asking, I always wondered how Microsoft decided to ship that crappy pixelated Windows 98 logo screen. Jack says, Mega says to Jack, very compatible image resolution. So, all right, let's see here. I don't remember what the. Oh, that's not the right key sequence. I don't have the mouse plugged in. Maybe I should. Oh, that's not going to help. Maybe I should just plug a mouse in. Don't you think? So it's a 4 GB hard drive. Which, fun fact, uh, Chris was. I had this brilliant idea to have Chris put his LTE image on the network so that I could copy it onto this hard drive to then pull off once I got home. And, well, then he did that, and then I started to copy it, and, well, we quickly realized that the hard drive wasn't big enough. So, yeah, that was a. Should have probably looked at that closer, but it was a good idea and concept. But anyways, well, I just knocked one of the screws for it off onto the floor. All right, well, I guess I'll find it later when I manage to walk down here barefooted and mistake. Yeah, neither of us thought about that. Yeah. Anyways, you can probably see there's a couple of folders on the hard drive there. I need to copy them off, but so cool thing is there's all the drivers for this computer. So we copied those to this computer. Let's see here. Where was the other? Oh, yep. Chris, there's the utility that Chris recommended for if you've got unknown devices. So I got that to hold on to. And then, oh yeah, PC Mac LAN. I'll have to try that sometime. Yeah, it's the VIA 4-in-1 spotted. Yes. So anyways, the drivers are installed on this computer. That's why we have lovely colors. And although I feel like we need to run Dustbench, it's like new computer. It's like Dustbench is asking new computer who dis. Don't know if let me see here. I don't think Dustbench is on here, so we'll have to. Nope, I think I'll have to pull the hard drive out and copy it onto there. What was that unknown hardware program called? It is UNKNDEV. Unknown device. I'll type that in the chat. Yeah. Yeah, Chris put it there. Unknown devices. This would be a bad computer to test it on because Chris installed all the drivers. So, anyways, yeah, it works. So it looks like we don't have to repair it. It powered right up. So, but yeah, it's got a good complement of hardware. Anyways, but it's working, so it doesn't need repaired. So let me go ahead and move it off the bench. But anyways, I will definitely enjoy this computer. So thank you, Chris. It makes it easy for me to kind of decide what my yeah, it's a TN. Chris says TN S1590 board. Chris Meg is asking if Chris can link to it. Chris is like, as in find it again on the internet. Oh dear, hang on. Yeah. Oh, Mega says Google isn't helping. All right. Well, hopefully Chris will be able to remember what it's where it was located and get that link in the chat because very handy utility. David says check Vogon's Retrotech. Chris says worst case I will throw it online. Yeah, maybe if you maybe submit it to WinWorld PC and Internet Archive if it's not already archived somewhere. David says frog find. Yeah, Chris says unknown devices version 1.4 beta. Half done development. Oh, well, that would. Chris says by Mike Catfish Moints. Half done development. Well, that would probably explain why it's still a beta version. Mega says that board is awesome, by the way. Yes, so this computer, I will. For the moment, I may just leave this computer exactly like it is. Granted, I definitely have an AMD processor I could upgrade it with. And maybe I may someday put a 100 megahertz processor in this, but for the moment, I'm just going to leave it the way it came from the swap meet. So David says, I was just about to post that. Chris, your Google foo is strong. It might probably have helped that Chris has the original executable, so that probably helped in finding it. Anyways, unknown devices. So check that utility out. And I sure don't know where the screw I dropped on the floor went, but I'm pretty sure that one screw missing will not cause the case to fall apart. Oh, Chris says, haha, all the links are dead though, hold on. David says, well, let's dig into this then. Yeah. All right. So let's pull a computer that actually has something broken in it onto the bench. Probably. Whew. I didn't have a very good grip on this, so I had to set it down 3 feet short of my bench. Oh, there we go. All right. I will need this keyboard shortly. So, the first computer that actually has something broken with it that we're going to pull on the bench is my Emerson 8000 EC computer. I took this computer up to Chris's house because Chris had a Trident card that he needed to test in an 8-bit slot. and he could not get it to work in his Tandy. But then again, I think the reason is some of the Tandy computers are notoriously difficult to get to work with a add-on video card. So I said, sure, I can grab a Turbo XT clone. I picked this one because I knew it had a compact flash card in it. So, although it's not the compact flash card I thought it was in, but it was bootable. We put the Trident card in it, and I even then tried to run DOS Bench, and it was acting like I was violating the Computing Geneva Convention as slowly as the Superscape 3D benchmark was running. We were in PowerPoint slideshow territory for sure. Possibly minutes per frame, not or seconds per frame at least, not frames per second. Yeah, Chris says we made a few discoveries about it, or discoveries. Yes, you're probably wondering why I'm opening this up. So anyways, so I have my Trident card in here, which I had set this up to use because you want to make sure your computer works before you put in the unknown. So I had my 8-bit Trident in here so we could make sure that it still booted when I got up to his house, and it did. My XT CF Lite with the broken bracket, which Chris attempted to send the STL file to a library, hoping that maybe they'd get it printed before I left, and well, no. Oh, this is the... Oh, Chris says, oh, that reminds me, I still need to buy a chip puller. Oh, good reminder. I would recommend this one, although I think they may have discontinued the 279, but they have a replacement with a different model number, but it's a WIHA, W-I-H-A. 279 is at least the one I have. They make good tools. So this made in Germany. So you know this is going to be a good tool steel. Not like some flimsy thing that'll bend with the lightest of misapplied pressure. Oh, Chris says, I have that 3D print here. The quality isn't the best. Yeah, so you may search it and it may recommend a different model number, but I would just get the WIHA and be done with it. Because it's going to be a tool you'll use all the time, pulling chips. So just get a good one and be done with it. That's my motto on tools like that. It's not like I'm fixing one engine ever. Okay, just go to Harbor Freight and buy the tool that if I destroy it in the process, fine, I was only going to ever repair one engine. But yeah, I pull chips all the time. Anyways, so we also ran Check It. I decided to run Check It to test Chris's video card, at least the first 256K of memory on it. And then for some reason, I decided to, well, let me run some of the disk tests, because Chris had some floppy disks. And we discovered that while this floppy drive works just fine, it'll format disks, it'll run the Check It disk test just fine, it passes the random seek and the random read and write tests and whatnot. I mean, this is an Turbo XT clone, so Check It's more than capable of running on it. Well, this floppy drive down here is another story. This floppy drive has problems starting at about track 35. Yes, this is 10 megahertz. In fact, this is a 10 megahertz 8087. Or at least that's what it's marked. But yeah, this is my 10 megahertz Turbo XT. It was made by Emerson Computer, although in reality, I think it was made by one of the Taiwanese OEMs and branded as Emerson. Chris says it's a Turbo XT. Yes. Yeah, it is a really weird expansion setup. However, the reason why there's only 4 expansion slots is because it has onboard I/O. So it has a serial parallel and onboard CGA graphics. So 1 serial, 1 parallel, CGA graphics. It also has onboard floppy controller and onboard XT IDE. Although this computer did not have the hard drive in it. I do actually have an XT IDE hard drive, but I don't think the drive works. But maybe someday I'll plug it into this computer and see if it works. Hi, Jean-Francois Parry. Welcome. 10 megahertz and an FPU is really good for an XT clone. And hello, yes. Now, I bought the FPU was not in this computer when I got it. Someday I will finish a video that I started on this computer where I was doing some upgrades, although it's out of date, so I'll have to make another video to upgrade the upgrades, but whatever. So this floppy drive, and before I get too much further, although there is no terminator on this, so I'm pretty sure I would keep it straight. I am going to mark this one with a B so that I know it is the B drive. So maybe I should put the colon there so people know that is for B drive. And I'll put A on that for A drive. The A drive is working fine. The B drive starts to have errors at about track 35 and beyond. I think up to track 34. I don't remember if 34 was having trouble. 35 through 39 definitely were having troubles. Maybe it started with 34. But everything before then works on the drive. So there is something up with this drive. I don't know if it's lubrication related, or if it's just the fact it's a Mitsubishi floppy drive. If you know, you know. If you don't, I'll just say that if you have a compact LTE 5000 series, you don't want the Mitsubishi floppy drive because they all fail in different ways. Oh, yeah. Chris says, all I know is that I thought it had ruined 3 of my discs. In reality, it ruined 0 of them, fortunately. Chris says, granted, I'll never go through that stash of discs. Yeah. But in reality, it didn't destroy any of them. All right, so I don't really have a good place to set this. Oh, there we go. I guess that'll work. All right. So all I could think of, now one thing I did do, I did clean the heads at Chris's house. So that I did do. The one thing I didn't do, though, was anything more drastic than that, because I didn't really want to pull the drive out for maintenance. We had other stuff to work on. But now that I'm here, and we're having a live stream, I'm going to attempt to see if I can make this thing behave. So I'm going to clean and lubricate. I'm going to clean the heads again. And I'm going to use one of my foam swabs. Just in case for some reason this drive is being really particular. Also, I have 99% isopropyl alcohol. Chris had 70% on hand. I actually have 99, so if that had anything to do with it. I mean, maybe it just has something really stubborn on it. Okay, I'm probably going to regret pulling the aluminum cap completely off because you all know how many times I knock over isopropyl alcohol. So I'm going to immediately put the cap back on it. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to very carefully lift the top pad very slightly so I can get this foam swab in because it's got a foam pad on it. I'm probably still going to get the foam pad wet, but I will have plenty of time to let it dry. And I don't think I got anything on the swab, so probably not head cleanliness. I mean, we cleaned it at Chris's house. The other thing I'm going to go ahead and do is clean any old gunk off the rails. I'm going to add new lubricant. Because one of my thoughts is that there's gunk keeping it from moving smoothly. I thought I had lubricated these on one of Dave's streams, but maybe I didn't. Possible I didn't because I have to disassemble the drive to do that. All right. There's that. I'm going to let that dry. For a moment. So what I'll do to test this is I will just plug the floppy drives in, and I will attempt to locate my box of floppy disks. All right, floppy disks acquired. Oh, it looks like I accidentally wiped off my carefully placed D drive markings, so I will have to remark that. Actually, given how grungy that was, I may actually go ahead and clean and lubricate the A drive again, because it kind of looks like I might have not lubricated the mechanics. All right. Move this forward. So I'm trying to decide if I want to use machine oil or if I want to try this deoxit. Generally, I like to use lithium grease if there's a chance that the lubricant is going in a place that could get on the disc. These parts here are below the disc. So theoretically, machine oil should be fine because it's below the disc. But it's close enough to the disc that I think I'm going to try the lithium grease. And this is some new stuff. Well, I don't know how new it is. It's new to me. I picked it up at Micro Center. That's some deoxit grease. I figured at least, if nothing else, I figured it's electronics grade. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is a pretty high quality lithium grease, but I mean, this is just a generic white lithium grease. Brand name, but not necessarily for electronics. I figured if anything else, this is at least electronics grease. The packaging does say no particles. So it is possible this is a more pure lithium grease than this. So I figured if anything else, maybe this would be better for electronics. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to add a dab of this to the in front of the bearing. Oh, actually, first, I think I'm going to realize that the instructions probably tell you to cut the tip off of it so that the product will actually come out of the... Hi, Socket Wrench. Socket Wrench says, no particles, no atoms, just vacuum, not even quantum fields. Yeah. There we go. Now that I have opened the deoxit bottle, I will put a little dab here. Oh, actually, this stuff is clear. It's actually, well, it's actually like pink. Probably because it's got deoxit in it. Oh, so this probably is the really good lithium grease. Probably have to get a little Q-tip to spread that around. All right. I think I'm feeling better about my lithium grease purchase. Because this stuff is white, so that probably means it's got titanium dioxide in it, if I had to guess. Socket Wrench says, universe collapses into a lower energy state as soon as the tube's open. Yeah. All right. Luckily, crisis averted. Oh, that's you say that, Socket Wrench, and you didn't see one of my thrift finds from this weekend. I'll pull it out. It was one of my geek adjacent purchases. I found this at one of the thrift stores for $3.49. Fleet Admiral. So we have resolved a cosmic crisis right here on the channel. Oh, David Starbuck says, or zinc oxide. Good point. It could be zinc oxide. That would be another potential particle that they might use. Hey, Stian. So no, I don't think my purchase of deoxit from at Micro Center is a regret. I'm even glad that I remembered when Chris told me at one point, it wasn't this weekend, but I think it was the previous weekend. I think it was when we went to the swap meet. Chris had pointed out that Micro Center employees were commissioned, so I did make sure that obviously when the Micro Center employee got the Raspberry Pis out of the case, he added his stickers to those. But since I had picked the deoxit up, and knowing he was commissioned, I said, "Here, you can put your sticker on this too." So, yep, not a regret, and I did make sure to let someone have credit for the sale. It's not like you get a discount if no one helps you. So, knowing that they are commissioned, I would rather someone get the small commission on my deoxit purchase than no one. Oh, I haven't pulled the cleaning floppies out yet. I actually went for the... Now, some of that gunk, none of this gunk is from the heads. I then cleaned the linear slides. But yeah, I used a swab on this. If I'm still having trouble, I may try the cleaning disc, because maybe there's still something going on. But anyways, so here's the drive. I have lubricated it. I've cleaned the heads again. Not that I didn't clean the heads this weekend. I think I will also, because this is a friction point. I will put a dab of this deoxit there. Actually, this point here, I probably could have just used the standard lithium grease, because it's just a plastic metal point, but whatever. All right, there we go. So here's the B drive. It was failing tracks like 35 to 39. Hopefully that fixed it. In fact, I'm almost tempted, before I bother to do anything with the A drive, I'm almost tempted to go ahead and give it a test and see if that fixed it. Because if it didn't, I might actually fix this computer in another way. Because these are 360K drives. And they're not beige, they're like tan. Although some of that might actually be yellowing. Maybe they are beige and they're just yellow now that I look at the faceplate on them is darker than this plastic here, but I still think they're more of a tan than a traditional beige. Here's the A drive if you want to see the color difference. It does look like there is a color difference. But for comparison, do I have that TX drive sitting here? No, I don't. I'll pull out the I guess, beige TX drive. That would be my reference for... Oh, wait. I don't have the TX drive beside me, but I do have this floppy drive mounting kit that the mount has been in an enclosed box for years. So even if we compare the color here, this with that, this is definitely more of a tan than a beige. So if the B drive is bad, I have an idea for the system. I know it might be crazy. And don't worry, when I do upgrades like this, I usually keep the failed parts so that I could, if I ever find a way to fix them, which could mean I find a part that might need, say, the faceplate replaced. I was thinking if I can't fix the B drive, that I would maybe instead make the A drive a high density drive. Because I'm not going to use this computer to image discs. It's just, I'm not going to image them in this computer. However, well, I would keep the A drive to image discs because that's a 360K drive. But what I was thinking of doing, if I can't get both these floppy drives to work to keep it original, is replacing the A drive with a high density drive, because this motherboard does support it. And then maybe replace the B drive with, I don't know, what would be something crazy for a Turbo XT? A CD-ROM drive? Ooh, how about this? An 8-bit SCSI card with a blue SCSI for CD-ROM emulation. Plus the hard drive. Ooh, how would that be crazy? 3D print a bracket. David Starbucks says a zip drive. Oh, yes, David, that would be the winning crazy idea, but there's only one problem with the zip drive. It needs at least a V20 processor. And I've tried to upgrade this computer with the V20 processor, and the BIOS is like, I think the BIOS on this computer blocks out V20 processors. I found out the hard way. Yes, I know there's no high mem. This is a compact flash card from another computer. I have one that's more appropriate for an XT. But actually, here we go. Let me go grab my floppy disk. Actually, I think I'm going to, while I format this disk, I'll throw a hint at the ridiculous item I picked up that Chris picked up for me at off a marketplace listing, and then we found another one at a yard sale. All I'm going to say is car. But don't worry, it's a computer related item, but the hint is car. There we go. Now you're just going to be tantalizingly wondering what in the world. Okay, yes, I made sure I had a drive specified before anyone freaks out that, oh no, you're going to format another compact flash card. Yeah, it's a compact flash card from probably a Pentium computer. So this is the A drive. Oh, actually, that was one of the projects I took to Retrotech Chris's house. My LTE 5400 that I think, last week I did a format C:/U by accident. Or it may have been the week before. So Chris has that LTE 5400. It's, the C drive's reloaded. He set up that LTE because I had only formatted the DOS partition, and the Windows 95 install was still intact. He pulled out the boot disk, pulled out one of his LTEs, pulled out lap link cable, and he basically lap linked the DOS Windows 3.1 install over from another LTE. So my LTE 5400 that I accidentally formatted has a brand new load on it. And it's even compact. This time it's the compact branded Windows, so it's even nicer. All right, so I just checked the A drive. I was able to format the disk on the A drive, so that confirms this disk is good. So now I'm going to the B drive. All right, and now this disk should format. Wait a minute. Was it really that easy? that it? Did it just need lubricated? All right, let's run check it. All right, press any key because this is where so I was running the floppy disk test. B drive. Is there a disk inserted? Yes. All right. Nope. I want you to do the right test because it's a blank disk. Well, that's a good sign so far. It went to cylinder 38 without trouble. $37. 39. 38. Hey, I think I might have fixed the floppy drive. I don't know how it's trying to test the. I have no idea how it's testing head 1 because these are single-sided drives. I don't know. Maybe it does that to make sure it's not like a misconfigured high density drive. Because that would be able to format the other side. I don't know. I'll trust that Check It knows what it's doing. But hey, Chris, if you're lurking back there, the drive needed lubricated. It looks like the B drive works. So yes, I am going to do the same to the A drive because I probably haven't lubricated it. So I'll pull it back. I haven't screwed them in yet. So I'll pull the A drive out. We'll clean off the old lubricant. We'll re-lubricate it. And at least for now, then my Mitsubishi drives will be working. And if you know anything about LTE floppy drives, you'll know why I disclaimed that for now. Fun fact, if you have an LTE 5000 series, you want the Epson or the TIAC drives. Just saying. Because actually, I fixed a Mitsubishi drive the other day by lubricating it, although it'll probably fail spectacularly in the future. Maybe I too will get to have a head detached from the drive. Hey, look at that. I fixed the drive. Excellent. All right, let's exit. Let's pull the A drive out. Let's lubricate it. I could almost lubricate it in place, but it'll be easier if I pull it out. And then I'll screw the drive in. I'll wait till I test it just to make sure I don't do something completely silly. But actually, let me see here. I think if I can find a box or something. Actually, let's just do this. I think I can. All right. I cleaned the heads on this drive at Chris's house. I'm not going to clean the heads on this one, but I am going to. So this is the A drive, as you can see by the fact that I wrote A drive on it. I am at least going to clean the old gunk off the rails. Something tells me I probably did not actually lubricate this drive. It probably just happened to work and I left it alone. There we go. All right. Cleaned off the old lubricant. All right, so let's let that flash off a little bit. And then I will deoxit it as well. All right, I will go ahead and actually, this one here, I'll just put a dab up. Okay, that was more than just a little dab. But there's that. Now let me clean up my overzealous. I just used the standard stuff there. There we go. Got a little overzealous, but there we go. All right. Move the heads the other way to kind of let that dry off. And then also, while we wait, I'm just going to. All right, yep, no signs of the B drive scratching the disc. We had a slight scare at Chris's house because one of the discs had some concentric rings on it that I wasn't sure where they came from, and I thought that one of these drives had scratched the discs, but I guess after further reflection and the fact that the A drive worked with all the discs, I think those rings were just a artifact of the manufacturing process or something. Well, Mike, we went through the rest of my thrift finds, and well, now I'm fixing my Turbo XT. Actually, what you missed is that I fixed the B drive. The B drive was not. Oop, where'd I put the cap? Oh, there's the cap. So the B drive I discovered this weekend was failing on the outer tracks, or I guess it'd be the inner tracks. So like track 35 through 39, it was failing, but it was fine on the outer tracks. So I got to thinking that it was probably the drive needed lubricated because there was probably some gunk on the rail keeping the drive from moving correctly. So I fixed the B drive and then I realized that I should probably go ahead and lubricate the A drive because I probably hadn't lubricated it and I don't want it to fail for the same reason. So, all right, so I have lubricated the A drive. So I'm now going to go run the check it disc test on it. Hopefully it still works. And then we can call this repair complete. And yes, I've got a VGA card in my Turbo XT. Makes it easier for image capture. I mean, I'd like the onboard graphics too, so but it's nice having an option of VGA, or I can pull the card out and switch it to CGA mode. All right. We'll go ahead and format the floppy disk in the A drive. At least let it have a chance to work in the lubrication, and then we'll run the check it. Oh yeah, this computer. These are 360K 5.25-inch drives. They're the original floppy drives. I mean, I still might put a high density floppy drive in this computer because it actually supports it. But for the moment, I just wanted to fix it so that what's in it is working, and I can decide to swap floppy drives later. All right, so it looks like the A drive is still formatting disks. So we'll run check it just to make sure the drive is still working. So let's see, floppy disk, drive A. There is a disk inserted, and you let it run the right test. So there we go. I think the A drive is slightly less crunchy than the B drive in terms of like the noises it makes. Although I think on this computer, the A drive used to be the B drive and the B drive used to be the A drive. I think I swapped them at some point. I guess maybe that's good that the A drive is the quieter of the two because it's probably the drive I'm more likely to use. Yeah, all right. So for now, just just wanted to fix it, and it looks like I have fixed the B drive. A drive is still working correctly. So, all right. Wait for this test to confirm, and then we'll button. I'll put the screws back into the floppy drives, and we'll button it up, and we'll go to the. I think the other thing I wanted to try was the 486 that I bought a couple weeks ago. And it has a corroded chip on it. So I was thinking of trying to get that chip off the board, inspect it under the chip, and then I think I have replacements. So we can try. In fact, actually, we might even try running a chip test on it, although it is a surface mount part. I may have a surface mount adapter we can attach it to real quick. Thomas Armstrong says, I cheat. I use an alcohol swab on one side of a piece of wax paper to clean my drive heads because my discs wore out years ago. Yeah, I usually very carefully use a foam swab. The operative word is very carefully. Because if you bend the heads up too far, you'll deform the spring, and then the drive won't work correctly. All right, I have fixed the drives. It was lubrication, or probably lack thereof. So fortunately, Chris, I didn't have to monkey with the azimuth of the drive because I probably wasn't going to go through that. That just lot of trouble. At that point, I probably just would have replaced the drive. Of course, I am somewhat curious. I am somewhat curious. Thomas Armstrong says lube works 9 out of 10 times, and IPA. Yes. I am somewhat curious. If I take the floppy drives I picked up at the thrift store. Oh, I almost am tempted to just. Oh, and they're sitting right there. Right for the testing. Thomas Armstrong says, and the old fluorescent bulbs for drive speed. All right. David says it's almost rude not to use lube. Yeah. All right. Okay. I'm curious. We've got these two 5 1/4 inch drives. Okay. So this computer does support high density drives. These are incredibly dirty. I'm David says I should find an ISA Firewire card for this thing. Oh, that's so funny. Thomas says, I got a PC drive from the KY Lube factory in Kentucky. Does that count? Um, Something tells me that they probably neglected the floppy mechanisms in that way. All right, so I cleaned the heads. I can't tell if they were dirty or not. Other than that, I'm just going to full send it. I'm presuming this drive is configured for a PC. So I'm thinking if I plug in the ribbon cable, and I plug in power, and I will have to go into setup and change the drive geometry. All right. Let's see how resilient these drives are. All right. So I'm just going to try one at a time. Oh. There we go. Control Alt Escape. Setup. This got drive 0. Oh, that's right. F6. There we go. All right. Save and exit. David Starbucks says, no joke. I had a lady looking for Kentucky jelly in my pharmacy years ago. I figured out somehow what she wanted. I have to admit, if I was the pharmacist or working in the pharmacy department, I would have probably been thrown for a loop initially, too. Invalid floppy configuration information. Error. Press F1 to continue. Oh, that's weird. Thomas says, I did get a working 5161 from them and it had an asset tag on it. Yeah. Yeah, I would leave that asset tag on it because then you have the. And when someone says, no, you didn't get that from them, you can show them the asset tag and they'll have to admit, well, yeah, I guess I guess you did get that from them. All right. That is weird. Okay. Thomas says he did leave it on. All right. That is good to know. All right. Let me find a floppy disk. Trying to remember where I put the good 5 1/4 inch disc. Because I see the bad ones. Oh, I did not hide the good ones. At least, not very well. They're actually sitting on my multimeter. Oh, some EPROMs I need to erase. All right. Let me see here. I should have some high density discs in here. I want to see if what the drive does if I try to format one. Here we go. It's a Memorex brand. What was their slogan? Is it live or is it Memorex or something like that? All right. So this disc appears to be in good shape. I may need to lubricate this drive. All right, so let's see what happens if I do a format a:/u. Oh, hold on. Let me see what it did when it did a drive seat because I think the drive may need lubricated. Oh yeah, we're gonna need that. Oh, Thomas says I need to find some full IBM hard drive covers for it. Left the old drive in it for sound effects and to keep the power supply happy. Yep. Thomas says got to run for Chinese food. All right. Sounds good. Let's run check it. Let's see what check it does to this disk. Get an idea of what the problem might be. All right. Test floppy disk, drive 0. Disk is inserted. Oh, there was an error reading this disk. Well, looks like looks like we have a drive that needs some repair. All right. Okay. Well, let's just go ahead and maybe work on this drive. All right. Let me see if I can find something to set this on, so I can leave the XT on the bench. Ow. There we go. All right. Okay, let's go ahead and it is entirely possible that one of the problems might be that the jumpers are wrong. Actually, before I do this, okay, I got it. I think it still needs cleaned. All right, so let me get the old lubrication off the drive, and then while the isopropyl alcohol dries, we'll check the jumper settings. Because it is possible that this drive might have been in some weird computer. Try to get the... All right, clean the heads. I'll pull one of the head cleaning discs out after we lubricate it. All right, so while that dries, let's double check the jumpers. This is a TIAC FD-55 GFR. So I do know it's a 1.4 or 1.2 megabyte drive. Maybe there's a jumper for termination I need to check. All right. By default, DS1 is jumpered for twisted cable. Yep, that is correct. It is jumpered for... Well, I think the jumper just says D0, but I'm pretty sure that's drive select. Okay. All right, MX disables the use of D0 through D3. When jumper is on. All right, we definitely don't want that jumper on. And I wish this... Does this document have... Oh, there is no diagram of the jumpers. Great. Okay, I don't know where that jumper is, but it's probably not on. All right. Looks like the FG and DC jumpers are on. All right. DC is usually required on AT systems. Oh. Oh. Okay, this is an XT system, so I probably need... Oh, okay. So I probably do need to change that jumper from DC to RY because I think I need it. XT systems. The document I found says RY is usually required on XT systems. DC is usually required on AT systems. Okay. All right. Maybe that's the only. We'll just try that. Okay. We'll try that jumper setting, and if that doesn't work, we'll look at the documentation again. All right. Isopropyl should probably be dry, so let's try to add some deoxit lubricant, or they call it deoxit grease. All right. Well, I thought Grease was the movie where they dance around, but whatever. All right, I can't quite get the bottle here, so let me just put some grease there, and I'll put a dollop there, and spread that around. Put some here because there's a linear bearing there. There. And I even like to put a drop on although given the way this stepper motor here works, I don't think that really needs any lubricant there, but I guess it couldn't hurt. All right, so the heads feel like they're pretty smooth. Let me add some lubrication here because this little plastic piece rides along there. All right, let's try that. All right. If this works, it may probably more likely that the jumper change really fixed it. Although I'm sure the lubrication on the rails probably couldn't hurt. All right, let's go back to table cam. Okay, we didn't get a floppy drive error that time, and that was a really smooth seek. All right, let's see. Format the A drive. Oh, not ready. Format terminated. Oh, let me guess. This is an XT system. But I bet the floppy controller. I bet the floppy controller is expecting the drive to be jumpered for an AT. Okay, let me move that jumper back. Okay, maybe it was just all down to dried grease on the rails. All right, so let me move the jumper back to DC. Okay. I am not sure how Adrian Black tested a whole stack of these floppy drives and seemingly did not have to lubricate any of them, and they just worked. Although, granted, I think that video might be a year or two old. It looks like I had to lubricate the one I bought. He had a whole bin of them that just seemingly worked. I want to see the floppy drive seek again. That Stian says, "Want to bet Adrian lubricated them off camera?" That is entirely possible. I am not going to bet because you are probably correct. It would not surprise me if you lubricated them off camera. Well, there we go. It's formatting now. Mike says Adrian is the Fonzie of our hobby. Wow, this drive sounds really good. It's quiet. It's nice and quiet. I'd almost be tempted to maybe use this drive in this computer and maybe replace the B drive with a CD-ROM drive or something that can emulate a CD-ROM drive. Like a Blue Skies. I know you can't see what's happening, but I want you to see how smooth the heads are moving. I'll switch to capture input. There we go. Format complete. No label. There we go. 1.2 megabyte disk. So let's run check it. Because I've got XTs that'll have 360K drives in them, and because XTs don't natively support 1.2 megabyte drives. This is a Turbo XT, and it natively supports this drive. Oh, this drive sounds so nice. I'm gonna say the extra $5 um the accidental $5 that I paid too much goes to this floppy drive because it works so well. Okay, now I just had a really crazy idea. So I think it was back in last time I went, not this past weekend's trip to LNY, but the one before it. I think I picked up a IBM branded 360K full height floppy drive for an XT. I am almost tempted to go grab that since it seems like I'm testing and cleaning floppy drives tonight just to see if that thing works. We'll place bets on how many shorted tantalums we'll find on it, but if we have time, we'll try this 5 1/4 inch drive. Oh no, wait, no, that's the original drive from this computer. This one, this very yellow Mitsumi Neutronics one. I'm hoping it just works because it's got a security shield on it. They don't make it very easy to get down to the heads to clean it. Or lubricate it for that matter, but I bet it's going to need cleaned and lubricated. So, one, two. All right, I think I see the 2 screws holding it on. All right, well, we'll probably just crack it open and clean and lubricate it before I even try it. So this TIAC FD55 GFR drive, it looks like it's a champ. Oh, just realized my. Oh, I'll fix that later. Mm. All right, it passed. So I'm going to give it put a little tick mark on it, and there we go. So one TIAC floppy drive, cleaned and lubricated and ready for use. Nice. All right, let's there we go. Well, my tick mark's sideways. I'm sure I'll wonder why I drew a backwards 7 on it, but there we go. Very nice. So there we go. TIAC 55 GFR. Works great. Definitely glad I saw that and picked that up. Because always use a couple working 5 1/4 inch floppy drives. All right. Let's go ahead and we're going to go ahead and do what Adrian Black quite possibly did off camera. Because honestly, I can see the lubricant on the rails on this drive, and it looks like it needs relubricated. I have to admit, though, I almost didn't buy this drive. But then again, I was hoping that maybe whatever problems Neutronics was having with drive heads, that maybe they'd fixed at this point. Because I'm presuming this is a high density drive. Because at least the Commodore drives that have this style floppy door are Neutronics ones, and they have a high failure rate. I kind of almost didn't buy this, but then again, I realized, oh, if I can get it for really cheap, then maybe it's worth a gamble. Maybe the high density drive heads are a better head, and maybe they're resistant to whatever the failure mode is on the 360K drives. Basically, the Neutronics drives in the 1541, the drive heads will absorb moisture over time and eventually fail. Hey, Dave. Glad you could join us tonight. Oh wow. Oh, okay. I gotta turn the stepper motor. Yeah, we're currently looking at some floppy drives I picked up while I was thrifting this weekend. I went up to visit Retrotech Chris. He had picked up something on Facebook Marketplace for me, and we took advantage of the fact that his kids were I guess his girls were at girls camp, and his wife was with the girls, and we took advantage of the opportunity and went thrifting and did some projects. How did my experiment go the other day? Oh, or are you asking Dave? Oh, Critter Camp. Oh, you're asking Dave about his Critter Camp. Okay. All right. I think I got the gunk off the drive heads. Or off the rails. Let me see if I can give the drive heads a bit of a clean. I'm gonna use one of these smaller swabs. There's less room for me to get into the heads. I'm just lifting up very gently so I can. There we go. Clean those off. All right. All right. Let me go ahead and apply some deoxit lubricant. There, and some. that. I think what I'm going to do is apply, because I can't, this drive's a bit harder to get into than the other one, so I'm going to kind of liberally apply the lubricant, and then I'm going to let the drive, I'll run the check it to let the drive, let the drive do the work of working in it, working it in. There we go. Okay, there we go. There's the drive. I'll leave the shield off so we can see what it's doing. But I cleaned the drive heads. I've cleaned the old lubricant off as best as I can. I have added new lubricant. Again, this is one of the floppy drives I picked up at the thrift store this weekend for $5. The first one worked. I'm kind of hopeful that even though this one was in the bottom of a box, maybe it might just work too. All right, so let's do that. And all right, we're going to turn the computer on. Ooh. Well, that didn't even try to seek at all. All right, well. There might be a jumper wrong. Hmm. Nah. Ha. Seek failure. All right, I guess I'm going to have to look up the jumpers for this drive and make sure it's jumpered correctly. It is a Mitsumi. I think it's a D509V2. All right, let me see if that's. All right. The D509V2 is a double-sided high-density floppy drive. Uses a lead screw. All right. That sounds like I have found. All right. So this drive is jumpered for DS1. That is correct. Let's see here. It is set for high density. That is correct. And let's see here. It is also set for. Okay. All right. Looks like it is MM for whatever that is, which I think is the correct setting for AT. All right. And it's jumper for disk change, DCH. I believe that is also correct for AT. Because even though this is a Turbo XT, the floppy controller is an AT style floppy controller. And let's see here. Yep, HS. Okay, the drive is jumpered correctly. So that is probably not the problem. All right, let me double check that there's not something like obviously wrong. It is possible this drive just does not work. Oh, actually, I see the problem. Um, Something tells me that the power connector is probably not supposed to be able to wiggle like it is. In fact, all the all the solder joints for the power are broken. So something tells me that without power, there is no way that this drive is going to be able to do anything. So let's go ahead and turn on the soldering station. And let's go ahead and reflow these solder joints here real quick on the power connector. Apply some flux there to help with the solder flowing. All right. If that fixed it, I will clean up the flux later. Because if that didn't fix it, then, well, obviously there's something else going on. Okay, I don't see any hidden damage on the bottom of the drive. Well, I mean, I guess I could go ahead and so I don't get flux everywhere. I guess I can go ahead and try to clean it off a little bit. Okay, let's give that a try. All right. So hopefully the drive will seek now that it has power. Because I have it on good authority that hoverboards don't work on water unless you have power. And I'm pretty sure that similarly, floppy drives don't work on air. They require the physical power. They're not wireless. Much like apparently hoverboards aren't actually totally wireless. Okay, well, that was a good sign that the drive returned to track zero. That was a very good sign. All right, we had a good drive seek. Again, I will put a floppy disk in, high density. We will try to format it with this drive, and I will leave it at the camera angle where you can see the wonderful head seek action. Okay. Oh wow, this drive is actually nice and quiet too. And I guess, hey, and I guess you could say that we actually had a repair. For if anyone's saying that lubrication alone isn't a repair, I had to reflow the power pins on this floppy drive. They were all broken. Luckily the pads hadn't lifted. It was just the solder joint cracked. So there we go. I actually had to solder. There was actually soldering involved. There we go. Hey, no bad sectors. All right, we will run check it. Something tells me that it probably will just work because it was able to format a disk, but then again, formatting a disk is largely a sequential track operation. Okay, so a little bit of noise when doing random tracking. I think the TIAC is quieter in that respect. You know, I'd almost be tempted to pull out that 3.5-inch drive I got because this computer does support them. Yeah, why not? We'll pull that. I'll have to get a adapter to plug it in, but because the floppy cable that originally came with this computer only had edge connectors. But I think I have an edge connector to pin adapter I can go swipe from a K Pro real quick. But it looks like this Neutronix drive works. Another $5 bargain. So yeah, I'm glad that we went back to the back part of that restore, Chris, where the probably from the doorway you would have thought, no, it's only building supplies and furniture and lighting and things like that, and appliances. It went back to the electrical section, and there were computer parts and computer cables mixed in with the rest of the electrical stuff. So glad we went back there because this Neutronix floppy drive was in that electrical section instead of in electronics up front. Thomas says sell it on eBay for 150. Very rare. Yep. Actually, I have to admit the thought had crossed my mind. Although I think I'll keep the TIAC drive. because it'll do dual speed. But the thought had crossed my mind, but we'll see. I had kind of honestly had thought of, well, could get could test and find one of the floppy drives is working and sell it and pay for could probably pay for the thrifting I did this weekend. Or at least what I got from the restores. And yep, honestly, this floppy drive. Oh, Socket Wrench says, "Ooh, that stuff in the upper left is supposed to look like a drive. I thought it was some weird progress bar." No, yeah, no, it's not a progress bar. It's a. But notice the LED actually shows you what it should be doing. It says ASCII art floppy drive. Yeah. So this Neutronics floppy drive totally works now. Just had to reflow the power connector and lubricate the drive rails, and it as Adrian Black would say, it freaking works. Oh, Socket Wrench says, look, I was up 21 hours yesterday trying to keep my housemate out of both the heat and ER when your house AC died. Ooh, yeah, I understand. Stian says it would be more impressive if the switch position matched the drive. Yeah. All right. Well, I hope you were successful, Socket Wrench. Yeah, it was definitely very warm yesterday, even here. Actually, it was warm today too. There we go. Neutronics floppy drive. And it works. All right. If I did, all right. I will say the one thing I haven't done because I don't have a little can of air handy is I haven't dusted it yet. If I were to sell something like this on eBay, I would dust it. That is one thing I would do, but since I'm just trying to test it, I'm not going to worry about the dust at the moment. But if I were going to sell it on eBay, I would complete the cleaning process at the very least, so I would at least be selling a fully cleaned drive. Oh wow, that was. Tucker says, "Yeah, it was brutal. I had to rent a car at 8 a.m. to go buy an AC unit, and it wasn't enough, so we had to get a hotel room. The hotel room's AC was broken. They replaced it, but ugh, yeah, I know. Yeah, that's like, I mean, I realize hotels can have their mechanical problems too, but yeah, it's like the last, like, absolute last moment you want their AC to be broken is when you've had to get a room because yours is broken. Yeah. Oh, all right. So we're going to put a little green tick mark on this, and all right. There we go. It's a bit yellowed, but it seems to be in good working order. Except I think this plastic standoff is. I don't know. Might be broken, but at least things are staying out of the way. All right, so there's the Neutronics drive. Another working drive after a little bit of TLC and a reflow of the power connector. All right, so let's take a look at that TAC floppy drive. Might as well, because it's like 1121. I have to grab an adapter to plug it into this computer. But I have a feeling this drive will work. As many times as I've seen Mike Tech open a floppy drive up. But look at that. There's hardly any dust in it. I don't think there's any dust in it. All right. Thomas Armstrong's wondering if anyone's doing a longer weekend off soon. I gotta have a 4-day weekend for July 4th because I guess due to the number of people that take off an extra day around Independence Day, they just by default give us 2 days at Independence Day. So, given the fact that I think Independence Day is on Thursday this year, if I remember the calendar, we get Friday off as well. So that'll probably let me try to do some work around the house, assuming that weekend isn't like incredibly warm. I don't really see any old gummy lubricant there, but I'm just gonna put a dab of new lubricant there around the lead screw, and hopefully that'll be hopefully that'll help just in the event that there actually is gumminess there. Okay, not sure that really needed it. Uh, I'm thinking though I'm not going to change my streaming schedule that week. Actually, I think that's next week. Wow, time's flying. So I think next week my streaming schedule will still be Tuesday and or Monday and Thursday. I'm not going to like add a day because I got a day off or not stream because I've got the day off. All right, so all right, so I need to got a power adapter here. So I can plug the 3.5-inch drive in. This computer has no Berg power connectors. There's that. Let me put something under this drive so I don't short the circuit board. All right, let me go grab an edge connector adapter. Alright, got an edge connector adapter so that I don't have to replace the floppy cable for a test. Because the floppy cable is half under the frame that the floppy drives are in. So I'd have to remove the bezel along with, I think there's like 6 to 8 screws. To put a different floppy cable in, or I can just use this edge connector adapter and then I don't have to do anything. There we go. All right, so that is out of the way of the B drive. So let's see here. All right, I did see the drive move to track 0. Oh, I am going to have to go into setup here. Unless it's Control Alt Escape. Let's see here. There we go. Save that. And we'll exit. Exit. All right, now. All right, we will. Should do a seek. And it's seeked. Now I'm going to have to find a 3.5-inch disc. All right, I don't know if this disc is good or not. But... Okay, well, that's good. The disc went in. Yeah, I think my thrifting was much better than eBay shopping. Uh-oh. Okay, this may be a bad disc. Or I may need to dab some more deoxit on the deoxit lube here. We'll I know I'm formatting and doing this, but I do see the percentage on the screen, and I know that I have time to dab a little bit. All right. It had bad sectors, so I'm going to say no. Format A:/U. I think it's /C, and that tells it to check the bad sectors. Okay, the media may actually be bad, so let me see if I can find another disc. I'm trying not to overwrite my. Oh, wait a minute. I've got a box of new discs. Actually, Thomas. I have a floppy drive, or I have a floppy disk that's been floating around my bench that I'm thinking actually does have a bad track or two that I probably should have marked. And that disk is probably it. So I'm going to try to format another disk. And then I will try formatting that disk in a known working drive to confirm that it still has bad sectors. Oh, well, yeah, the disk can get grumpy by formatting it in another computer, but it could also just be a bad disk. It's not like it was a very. I'm looking at the media surface, and it looks like something may have. There is a concentric circle on one of the tracks. Although, as narrow as the tracks are, it could be a couple tracks. So it might actually be that disk that I tried formatting. Norton disk, Norton wipe disk is good for that, or a bulk eraser. Well, I don't have a bulk eraser, so maybe I'll have to go find Norton wipe disk. But it's actually formatting this disk, and it looks like it's formatting it just fine. So it might be that first disk I tried using. Never underestimate the power of I couldn't bear myself to throw the disc out because I wasn't sure it was bad. Not like they're making these discs still. All right. All right. Well, that disc formatted. I mean, it also could be that I just happened to run the drive enough times. But since it had the same number of bad sectors both times, I think it might be the disc. Thomas Armstrong says, "Remember the old days when certified disc was a trademark, not a statement." The disc is inserted. There we go. And let's check it. that was a pretty good success rate on floppy drives. Now, of course, if anyone saw Retrotech Chris's socials, I think he took photos of some things I didn't get. One of the items I did not pick up was and I know Cup Bomb's going to be disappointed, but there's a reason. There was a Mad Dog CD-ROM drive, or at least that the box was a Mad Dog CD-ROM drive. However, when we opened the box up and looked at what was inside, I was not convinced that it was the drive. Actually, no, it was not the drive that the box was describing. I'm pretty sure the drive in the box was a CD-ROM drive, and the box was for a CD rewriter. So I did not pick it up because it did not actually appear to be a Mad Dog drive in the box. Anyways, I was not convinced that what was in the box was what the box was describing, so I did not buy it because, yeah, it looked like it was the old drive that someone put in the box after replacing it with a Mad Dog drive that they probably bought on sale at CompUSA. Also, while we were thrifting, we did find a Mad Dog floppy drive, but it was way overpriced, so I did not get it either. Besides, I have one already. There we go. Thomas Armstrong says the Abbotsford Canucks won the game. Wow. Well, I'll just. Oh, I think this drive has a screw missing. Oh, that's fine. It tested. It passed my testing, so it's okay that there might be a screw missing. Oh, it also helps when you put the drive on the drive top on correctly. That also helps. There we go. All right, so 3.5-inch drive tested. It works. Lubricated the lead screw, but the drive works. I'll have to remember to put my adapter back with the K-Pro. Someday I'll finish that upgrade. David Starbucks says hockey is fun. Yes, it is. All right, there we go. Oh, I guess I can eject the floppy disk. The 3.5-inch drive tests out. Both 5.25-inch drives test out. Excellent. Oh, my power adapter that I was using with the floppy drive is falling apart. Not excellent. Well, let's see here. 11:40. Well, I think given the time, I don't know that there's much. Thomas Armstrong says most of the rinks are closing for summer. Ah, hmm. Ah, I've got an idea. Okay, so I think we're. David says, "Well, there's always lacrosse." Yeah, that does seem to be one of the sports that takes the place of hockey. All right, so I think that is a good spot to be for this computer. I'll take care of the putting the screws in off stream because actually I need to fix the bracket that's broken here. I may um, yeah, Chris, if you're still watching, I may give the 3D printer at work a shot at printing that bracket. See if it can do any better than the library did. If I give up there, then well, we might resort to asking Select. Of course, I think Select sells them. I may just order one because I think I need a few things from them anyways. So, but I may give a shot at printing one at work. But I was thinking, since we got the floppy drives working here, the floppy drives I bought at Thrift worked. I was thinking of pulling out that XT motherboard that I bought that was missing a processor, and let's see if that works, because that was a previous potential regret. And we'll use the power supply I bought at the thrift shop to test it. How about that? But then that's where we're going to stop. I don't have time to fix it tonight because it's getting late. So let me go grab the. Let me go move this. All right, because fortunately, well, I can find the processors. That is. Oh, there they are. Okay, so there we go. We're gonna test a XT board to finish off the stream. I want to grab a video card. Oh wait, I got a video card sitting here. It might work in an 8-bit slot. We'll find out. All right, so the first thing I'm going to do before anyone thinks that I'm just going to full send, I don't trust the capacitors that I being used, so I'm going to check for shorts. All right, not shorted, not shorted, not shorted, not shorted. Commons are shorted, not shorted, not shorted, not shorted. Unbelievably not shorted. Okay. Supposedly, there are no tantalum capacitors shorted. That could change as soon as we power this up. Yes, I don't want to... I'm trying not to tempt a temper tantalum. Although this power supply probably has short circuit protection. It's probably new enough. I know they look so cool, but I don't like it. It might look cool, but it certainly does not smell cool. All right. So I believe the processor goes in this socket here. And theoretically, these are all 8088 processors. It does appear as if they may be... Well, they've got 10 legs, so... All right, anyways, we got, there we go. We got a processor in. ROMs are inserted. Guess let's put this graphics card in that I'm fairly sure will probably work in an 8-bit slot. There's no jumpers on it, so I'm hoping it'll just, like, auto-detect or something. All right. No, this is actually an XT. Turn that off. I'm going to use the smart outlet to turn it on. All right. Stian says, a smell is a good sign when working on an old engine, less so when working on an old computer. Yeah. I know they sparkle, but they smell. All right, so we got a video card in. We've got a processor. We theoretically have memory. I guess I could check the jumpers. All right. Let me go to -0 degrees. 5160. Motherboard switch jumper settings. Switch block one, SW1. Switch 1 should be off. Switch, because that's normal setting is off. Switch 2 should be off. Oh, whoever. I think I know why the processor might have been removed. Because that's the math coprocessor. Switch off means it's. Oh, no, off means it's installed. On means it's not installed. Okay. Motherboard RAM should be off, off. Yep, that's correct. Video card type. There's 5 and 6 should be on. On. They're currently on, off. Oh, so whoever had this was using CGA and 80 columns. So I'm going to turn them both on, which means we have a card with a BIOS expansion ROM. And floppy drive count, I want 7 and 8 should be on and on. That's for one floppy drive, even though I have 0. Thomas says drive switches don't count, just the video and math co. Okay. Well, I knew I needed the video set correctly. Oh, thank you, Stian. Stian says, because I enjoyed the floppy drives. All right. Well, thank you, Stian, for contributing to the goal. And, all right. I am now going to go. Oh, I'm going to plug in an XT keyboard. I don't know why, but we'll plug in an XT keyboard. Probably because we'll go to ROM Basic if this works. All right, so I'm going to go behind my blast shield because I am a chicken when it comes to temper tantrums. And, all right, powering up in 3, 2, 1, half, 0. Wait a minute. We don't have a short. Jack says, oh, look, Justin is only 12 subscribers away from 768. All right, I believe this video card. Either this video card does not actually work with an XT, the processor doesn't work, or there's something wrong with this board. Yeah, I know, but I don't. My Trident card is screwed into my Emerson computer. All right, I'll tell you what. We'll I'll go, okay, for one last test, although because I powered it up, I am going to check for shorts again. That's a common. Okay. Let me go grab it. The 8-bit. I need to build another because all right. Final test. 3, 2, 1. And there is no video output. But yeah, kind of. So I guess maybe what I'm going to have to do is, well, work on this another time. All right. Well, I guess there is probably a. No, I know the scaler's happy because we were just using it with the Emerson. I didn't change the video output, and that's the same video card. So it is entirely possible that there's just something unseated, but that's not for me to try to figure out tonight. We are out of time. I can't test the world. Okay, Thomas says set the memory down to 64K and try again. Okay, I will one more attempt because I'm getting tired. Which is 3 and 4 should be on and on. That's 64K. Basically, it looks like switch 1 is off and the rest are on. Ah, you're welcome, David. I'm kind of I'm getting tired and I somewhere I have a diagnostic ROM, but I don't know where I've put it. I was actually wanting to, that's probably what I was going to try just to see if the processor's working. Yeah, it's like past midnight now. Because the thing is, I don't know if any of these 8088 processors are actually 8088 processors or if they work. Actually, actually, Thomas, I think the ROM does work in an IBM board. Because I think I've put the ROM in an IBM board before. Yeah, I think it works in the XT. I think you are correct. For the PC, you need an adapter, but it works in the XT. All right, with that, I'm going to punt this board to an actual repair stream where I can actually make sure I have the diagnostic ROM. because that's probably the only way I'll know if that processor is actually a processor. Because I believe the diagnostic ROM can start without working RAM. And I don't... Jack says it's been demoted to repair status. Yeah, no worries, Thomas. Thomas says my memory's getting old. Or my memory is old, yes. So anyways, yep, this board has been demoted to repair status, although I could have told you that because it needed a processor when I bought it, so I knew it was probably going to need some sort of a repair. After all, I kind of thought there was some reason why they might have swiped the CPU, and that might be because there's a problem with the board. I'm hoping it's a repairable problem. I don't see anything missing, because this is not supposed to have a socket in it unless it's got, there would be a jumper over here installed, and there would be 256K chips here. But I don't see that, so... Anyways, yeah, I know... David Starbucks says, you mean elevated. Yeah, maybe it has been elevated to repair status. I know, the parts are still available. Some of the parts are more readily available than others. There is, like, the clock synthesizer chip that is not available from standard component distributors these days, but a lot of the other chips are. Anyways, yep, that's where we're going to stop for tonight. So, 3 floppy drives, got them working. Actually, I guess we got 4 floppy drives working. The 3 I bought at the thrift store, and then the one that was in the Emerson 8000 EC that was broken. So I guess it was like a floppy drive repair stream. And then the bonus was I tried to test this XT board with a processor, and well, I will double check that I didn't like bend pins, but I'm getting tired, so if I bent pins installing it, then I'm going to claim fatigue and... Okay, I did confirm that I did not bend any pins installing it, so that was not the problem. And yes, I did have the notch matching the notch. So anyways, I am going to at least put a question mark on top of that chip that I tried. So at least I remember that's the one I tried and it didn't work. All right, good night, Socket Wrench. In ways, I'd like to thank Adam McGee and Stian for coffee donations to the tip jar. The link is in the description if you want to check that out. Don't forget to smash that like button and subscribe. Turn on notifications. You know when I go live next. Thursday is going to be a Mac repair stream for old Macs. And I will probably start with the SE30 because I would like to get to the bottom of its snooper memory test error. Unless I find another Mac I want to work on more. Because I've got a couple that need recapped. But I think I'd like to get to the bottom of the SE30. Anyways, I am starting to get tired. It is late. And 80 degrees in the basement. So I want to go upstairs to where it's... Even though the air conditioning has bumped back in temperature for the night, it will still be cooler upstairs. So I at least want to enjoy a little bit of air conditioning coolness before I fall asleep. So with that, I hope you all have a great rest of your day. Thanks for hanging out, being cool in the chat, and for the support you gave me during the stream, and I'm glad you enjoyed it. With that, take care, and God bless. Computerized Start is brought to you by my awesome patrons on Patreon, and by your tips and memberships on Ko-fi. These and other channel supporters make my live streams possible. You too can become a channel supporter with tiers starting at just $1. Don't forget to smash that like button. And if you've liked what you've seen, subscribe and turn on notifications so that you don't miss the next video or live stream. And as always, thank you for all your support. I hope to see you next time. And until then, take care.